Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti
Jai
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Anybody here for the first time today? Where are you from? Monterey? Yeah. Oh, that's a good ride.
Tamil Nadu, India. Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India.
Oh, India. Okay, good. I thought you meant Monterey, California.
Yes.
Anybody else here for the first time today? You're doing a report for your class? What school are you from?
I'm from DDC.
From where?
DDC, Diablo Valley College.
Oh, very good. Are you here for the first time today? Where are you from?
From Oakland.
From Oakland, okay. Okay. So, before we have a class, in South Obama, who's going to do class, we want to make a couple announcements about a couple different events we're having at the temple. First of all, we wouldn't even be here right now if it wasn't for His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj, Jagad Guru Srila Prabhupada, who sits on the Vyasa right here, who came here in 1965 on the order of his spiritual master to give Krishna consciousness to the Western world. So without Srila Prabhupada, we wouldn't even be here right now. We wouldn't be sitting here right now. So I wanted to acknowledge that first of all. So there's a couple things briefly. We have this wonderful spring Indian benefit concert coming on May the 17th. And it's not just for Indian people. The reason it says Spring Indian Cultural Benefit Concert is because all the performers happen to be Indian. Okay? So it doesn't mean that, it's just for Indians. We have a lot of American devotees and Indian devotees that are coming. So our idea is this. We have 3 different performers. We have Krishna Priya, who's a really great bhajan singer, and Bala, who plays great tabla and mridanga. He's going to accompany her. That's 4 to 5. And then from 5 to 6, we have Abhi Khan. He's a famous sitar player, and right now he's in India doing some concerts. And I've hired him for the Radhyas before. He's a master sitar player. He'll be accompanied by a tabla player. And then, from 6 to 6:30, we have Shruti Malan. She's a wonderful classical Indian dancer from 6 to 6:30. And then at 6:30, we're going to have a Darsham Atik, and 7 o'clock we'll have Vasara. So the idea is we're trying to get 100 tickets sold for $50 a piece. And that will give us $5,000. And the idea is to paint the building outside, something bright and beautiful. The temple needs a facelift outside. We want to make it some beautiful color like some of the temples in India that I've been to. So we're hoping everybody will do that. And so far, we probably got almost $3,000 in ticket sales. And we have some sponsors. We just had a sponsor. Check fell down. We just had a sponsor this week. Uti Shah and Anagua Mishra, and they sponsored it for $742. So that's really nice. So you might be thinking, $50 is a lot of money. How many people here have been to Disneyland? Raise your hand, honestly. I'm raising my hand. How many people brought their kids to Disneyland in this room? I'm the only one. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Has anybody here been to Disneyland? What? There you go. Did the body do it us? He got no kids with his kid.
It's not free.
Huh?
That's not yet free too.
Exactly. Anybody else? Raise your hand. Come on. You been to Disneyland? Okay. Now it's $75 to get to Disneyland, okay? So if you can pay $75 to see Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy, right, okay? Then why can't you pay $50 for New Jagannatha Boys Temple, isn't it? Right? So, and where can you get for $50 3 different performances, a beautiful artique showing our beautiful deities, and a beautiful vegetarian feast? Nowhere. You can't get that. So I'm hoping that there'll be more congregation members here that will purchase a ticket so we can make the temple beautiful. We already put in a new gift shop. We put in a nice new grass in the front, irrigation system. We're going to redo the women's bathroom next week, remodel the women's bathroom, and now we're going to paint the building outside. So who here, I'm hoping, is going to get a ticket today? Now, if you don't have the money to buy a ticket today, you sign the book, I'll write your name down and save your ticket, and you have until May 17 to give the money in. If you're too shy to raise your hand, I'll come over to you, okay? I know these 4 people here are going to buy a ticket today. I can feel it. He's shaking his head, right? He's going to buy tickets. I can sense that. Dan Duke already bought a ticket. And I know Jay Master, he's going to buy a ticket. Okay, getting that out of the way. And now I have the tickets right here. So please do that. And the devotees have some opinions. What color we should paint the building. Some devotees think yellow, some devotees think saffron, some devotees think blue. Somebody said blue with yellow polka dots, and I said, no, that's not possible. But anyway, something, but we want to get some input on it. Next thing we want to talk about is this. And this flyers I'll give out, and you can get a ticket. One other thing is our wonderful Rock the Archer Festival in San Francisco, California, Golden Gate Park. The oldest Jagannath Bhakti Festival in the Western world. And these deities that you see, of course, these folks here for the first time you came, you've seen our deities there, right? To let you know, these are the first Jagannath deities in the Western world, carved in 1967. Very first ones. And San Francisco is the first city that had a Bhakti in North America, initiated in 1967 by Srila Prabhupada. So this year is going to be the 48th annual Rathayatra Festival, okay? So as usual, we want to make it big, and we're hoping everybody will come. That's on August the 24th. The parade starts at around 11 o'clock in Golden Gate Park. The parade goes for 1 mile, and when it reaches Sharon Meadows, it will have a festival of India with palm downs, free feast, free entertainment. So, about 40 years ago, I tried to revive this, reinstate this Rathayatra Festival on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. And at that time, it was only $6,000 to put on. Dan Newman knows what I'm talking about because he was a big help. And now it's up to $50,000 to put on this festival. And you might think, where's all the money go to? Okay, I'm just going to give you a little ABCs and we'll have class. $14,000 just for Golden Gate Park. That's what they want, just for the space, okay? The parade route, John F. Kennedy Drive, the festival site, Sharon Meadows, $14,000, okay? The fire department, we have to give them $1,000 for the permit. We have to decorate our tree chariots, that's about $3,500. Then we have to buy groceries, because we have a free vegetarian feast. That's another $3,500. Then we import, we don't have tree chariots, we have to import one from Vancouver this year, and that's, what is that going to cost? $3,800. And then we have to import one from LA, that's $1,500. And then the tents, the palm downs and the stage that comes from South Carolina, that's $8,100. So we got to get a refrigerator truck, and it's like we have to move the whole building over for one day. But is it worth it? The money and the trouble? I said this last week, I'll say it again. They have the Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York City, right? It probably cost $1 million, right? And so they have a big turkey float, they have Santa Claus, right? But nobody's going to benefit from seeing the turkey and Santa Claus. But anyone that sees Lord Jagannath Srila Prabhupada is guaranteed a higher birth in next life. You see? So Srila Prabhupada said that this Rathayatra festival should be put on in a glorious way. He said, no, not glorious, he said gorgeously. And he said it should be the most important event the whole year because there's more people on the street, thousands of people on the street, there's only hundreds of people that come to the temple. So that means there's more mercy we can give out in the form of Masada and books and the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra that one day that we can the whole year here. So you can be instrumental to help push this festival on. And even the police department in every city, and this is a fact, there's many festivals, parades, and events throughout North America. But they say when we have the Hare Krishna Festival of Chariots, Rathayatra Parade Festival, the crime rate goes down. Yeah, they say, the police say it's like a day off in them. We don't even have to have the police in Golden Gate Park, because they say we police ourselves. We have a couple park rangers if there's any trouble, but we don't really have any trouble. Why? Because, like Srila Prabhupada said, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram is the peace formula. By chanting Hare Krishna, it will give this transcendental sound vibration and it will make people feel peace. So, I'm hoping that I'm not asking for too much. I'm asking to support this concert so we can paint the temple, and I'm asking that you support this festival. So I'll get the flyers out, and I'll make another announcement later on because there's always more congregation members coming right before Basara. And that's okay. So Sarvabhauma Prabhu, now he's going to speak. We're going to give a class today.
Teachings of Lord Chaitanya.
Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. We'll do something different today. And of course, speaking of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda, we're the only temple that has these wonderful birthdays of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. The only ones that have it in North America. Nobody has it with us. And they're on the parade because Lord Chaitanya danced in front of the Rathayatra parade. So this will also be coming out, and it comes apart, and it's also pretty a lot of work to disassemble this to bring it. It takes about 4 trucks, big trucks, and a refrigerator truck, and it's like I said before, everybody's heard the expression, you have to take everything but the kitchen sink. I've always said that when you put on Rathayatra, you have to take everything and the kitchen sink. You have to move the whole kitchen over, all the deities. It's like enormous amount of organization, thousands of details, and thousands of dollars to put on. But it's amazing that it goes on every year, and only with the help of all the congregation members. So thank you very much. Now, Sarvabhauma is going to read out the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. And remember, you want to fly for the Rathayatra, you want to fly for this concert, you'd like to give a donation for either one or both. And I will give you a tax-deductible receipt with our ID number on it, so you can declare on your taxes next year, okay? You come into office, I'll give you a receipt with the tax exempt number, and you can declare on your taxes it's a charitable donation. So thank you very much, and Hare Krishna.
Hare
Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Reading in Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, chapter 25 is titled Personal and Impersonal Realization. The Puranas are called the supplementary Vedic literature because sometimes in the original Vedas the subject matter is too difficult to be understood by the common man. The Puranas therefore explain things nicely by different stories and historical incidents. So in the Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated in the 10th canto, 14th chapter, that Maharaj Nanda and the cowherd men and inhabitants of Vrindavan generally are very fortunate because the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead full of bliss, is now engaged there in his eternal pastimes as their friend. According to the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, the mantra of Panapado Jivanagrahita confirms that although Brahman has no materially created hands and legs, still he walks very stately and he accepts everything offered to him. These words suggest that he has transcendental limbs of the body and therefore he is not impersonal. The person who does not understand the Vedic principles simply stresses the impersonal material features of the Supreme Absolute Truth and thus unceremoniously calls the Absolute Truth impersonal. Although the impersonalist Mayavadi philosophers want to establish the Absolute Truth as impersonal, yet the Vedic literature itself does not confirm this. The Vedic literature confirms that the Supreme Absolute has multiple energies, and still the Mayavadi impersonalists want to establish that the Absolute Truth has no energy. The Absolute Truth is therefore full of energy, and he is a person. He cannot be established as impersonal. According to the Vishnu Purana, the living entities are considered as Kshatragya energy. Although the living entity is part and parcel of the Supreme Lord and is fully cognizant, still he becomes entrapped in the material contamination and therefore suffers all the miseries therein. Such living entities live in different positions in proportion to their entanglement in material nature. The purport is that the original energy of the Supreme Lord is spiritual and non-different from the Supreme Absolute Personality of Godhead. The living entity is called the marginal energy of the Supreme Lord, whereas the material energy is called inferior. On account of possessing inert and material inebriety, the living entity, although in the marginal position, becomes entangled with the inferior energy matter. At that time, he forgets his spiritual significance and identifies himself with the material energy and therefore becomes subjected to threefold miseries. When he is, however, freed from that material contamination, he proportionately becomes situated in different standards of life. According to the Vedic instruction, everyone should understand the constitutional position of the living entity, the Lord, and the material energy in their interrelation. First of all, one should try to understand the constitutional position of the Supreme Lord, the personality of Godhead. That Supreme Personality of Godhead has eternal, cognizant, blissful body. His spiritual energy is distributed as eternity, knowledge, and bliss. In his blissful identity there is his pleasure potency, and in his eternal identity he is the cause of everything. And he is cognizant, and in his cognizant identity he is the supreme knowledge. Krishna means the supreme knowledge. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Krishna is the reservoir of all knowledge, all pleasure, and all eternity. That supreme knowledge of Krishna is exhibited in three different energies. They are called internal energy, marginal energy, and external energy. By internal energy, he exists in himself with his spiritual paraphernalia. By marginal existence, he exhibits himself as the living entities. And by his external energy, he exhibits himself as the material energy. In each and every exhibition of his different energies, there is the background of eternity, pleasure potency, and cognizance potency. The conditioned soul is the marginal potency overpowered by the external potency. marginal potency, however, comes under the spiritual potency. The marginal potency becomes eligible for love of God. The Supreme Lord enjoys with 6 kinds of opulences, and nobody can establish that he is formless or that he is without energy. If somebody says that, it is completely against Vedic instruction. Actually, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of all energies. The living entity, being an infinitesimal part and parcel, becomes overpowered by the marginal energy. Om Arjana Kivrandasya Janana Chakshunritam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurudeva. I was sitting in the darkness of ignorance with my eyes shut tight, but my spiritual master came with the torchlight of knowledge and opened them. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prusa Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Sunyavai Askatari Satanane Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Madhu Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radhaganta Namostate Satyaganta Gorange Radhe Vrindavanishware Rishabhanu Sukideve Panama Vikriye Panchakapa Drubhyashta Kripa Sindhugi Hevata Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Our own Parama Guru, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta, that's the guru of Srila Prabhupada, our guru. His guru was known as Nrsimha Guru, because that means lion guru. He was very forceful, he was very definite, very powerful. He was compared to a lion, and especially that was noticed and it was recognized that Mayavadis would take flight when they saw him. If they would go to the other side of the street, because he would always definitely attack their ideas, their Mayavadi concept. And Prabhupada, in so many cases, he's pointing out, and that's actually the title of his personal and impersonal realizations. Prabhupada puts so much emphasis on the importance of the personal aspect of the Supreme Being. He even says God is the absolute truth, the supreme personality of Godhead. Again and again, Prabhupada makes that point. He's saying that's the real value of this understanding of God. And in our effort to develop God consciousness with the idea that we'll become elevated in one way or another, it's very important. The most powerful thing of all is to recognize that this difference between the impersonal and the personal aspects of the Supreme Being. The more I become caught up and trapped, entangled by thinking that it tends toward impersonalism, the more easily I'll be victimized. I'll be vulnerable to the slings and arrows of our outrageous fortune. In today's world, the deck is stacked against us all. We're all in the position of being a tragic hero, I always like to say. It's not a level playing field. It's very difficult. It's becoming more and more difficult. It's actually explained. It's predicted. It's prophesied in the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is mentioned here, the Bhagavat Purana. One of the Puranas called the Bhagavat Purana, which we read every day. There's a whole encyclopedia of spiritual knowledge in the Bhagavat Purana. Toward the end of the Bhagavat Purana, it gives predictions about this age of Kali that we're now in, that started 5,000 years ago. And we're seeing all the different predictions about how much more difficult everything will have to become. It's very clearly the case, right? For instance, right now, is everyone here sure you're getting enough vitamin B12? Are we all getting enough vitamin B12? Are there any? I still don't know. Maybe you can all help me. Is it vegan or vegan? You can go either. It's vegan or vegan. So it turns out that there's some complication and difficulty for people that decide to follow that particular lifestyle, because they're going to have more trouble making sure they get vitamin B12, because it's there in milk, it's there even in meat. People who are carnivores, they don't have to worry about that at all. They get the vitamin B12, and also in dairy product there's vitamin B12. But there's another interesting way that we can also get vitamin B12. We can breathe it. We can breathe a sufficient amount of vitamin B12 if we're around cows. Or even better, if I'm taking cow manure and I'm patting it with my hands and putting it on the wall of my hut or cottage, I'm absorbing vitamin B12. There's vitamin B12 in gobar. The Indian word for cow dung is gobar. So there's a natural system that's in place. It's already there. And it's meant for the greatest benefit of all the different personalities. So this is, actually you could almost say it's an impersonal effort. When they say the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. So one very good intention of the vegans is that they want to decrease the amount of pain and suffering and violence, and that's good. Even Lord Buddha, he was promoting that idea. It's called ahimsa, to even have a non-violent diet, highly recommended. So, but the minute you arbitrarily decide, well, that means I'm not going to use anything from any living creature, it becomes unwieldy. It becomes awkward. It becomes out of balance. It loses balance. So many things that we don't even think about demonstrate how there's built-in conflict, a lot of internal conflict. There's a lot of things out of balance in today's world. One really nice example is that all the different scriptures of the world, they seem to all agree, pretty much by definition, God is omnipotent. God is all-powerful. God is in supreme control. Also, even in Brahma Samhita, it says Ishvara Parama, means topmost controller. Ishvara, controller. Parama, topmost. So Krishna is described as the topmost, most powerful, supreme being. So that's all true, but how many scriptures in the world mention also there is someone who's more powerful than Krishna? Who's more powerful than Krishna? Radharani. How? How is she more powerful? Because she can control Krishna with her love. So the goddess is more powerful, according to the most ancient writings available on this particular planet. And really, it's a universal truth and highest value and understanding. There's the divine feminine mystic potency far outclasses the divine masculine mystic potency. So, especially when it's displayed and manifesting here in this material world. There's no contest. If you want to try to understand who's more powerful in the material world, the man or the woman, man doesn't have a chance. A woman can actually produce another body, another human body. This is amazing. Who can display that kind of power? On a material level, that's incomparable. No one else can come close to doing anything like that. So the female has more power, and she displays it on a regular basis. So the men, if they want to demonstrate any real value, materially they have no chance. If they want to demonstrate that they have some kind of value, they can measure up and be worthwhile in this world, it's absolutely necessary they have some spiritual value. Because if they're competing on the material level, they're far outclassed. They have no chance. So we're seeing 5,000 years ago, the goddess, she was Shanghai. She was abducted. She was whisked off into the world of the occult. So pagan, Wiccan, there's some little bit of fragmentary information about the goddess. And people that have some contact with that, even in the Catholic tradition, they have Mary, Mother of God. So this feminine potency is recognized in some way, a little bit here and there. And to the degree it is, it decreases the likelihood that you'll have problems that demonstrate a lack of understanding, a lack of appreciation of the personal aspect of the Supreme Being as opposed to the impersonal. So all these different relationships and qualities of different people on all kinds of levels, very important to consider. So impersonalism is a very dangerous concept. It's part of God's power. It's there, but we have to see, and it's very attractive. It's very attractive, especially in today's world. There's a reason for that attraction to be there. We hear the phrase sometimes, once burnt, twice shy. Once burnt, twice shy. So if I want to have happiness in my life, it's recommended that the greatest chance I have for happiness in this world is the advice I'll hear again and again. We're getting the same instruction repeatedly. If I really want to be happy in today's world, it's a good idea for me to fall in love. Fall in love. If I can fall in love, that means I have a good chance of becoming happy. But it doesn't always work out that way. There's no guarantee. Sometimes the people who fall in love, they even get married, but over half the marriages, they tell me, are now ending in divorce. So that can lead to incredible unhappiness. People feel betrayed. They feel let down. They feel abandoned. Literally, they're abandoned by the beloved. So how can we understand this is going on? Once again, I go back to, we take a look at all the various religious traditions and philosophies and approaches to higher divine spiritual consciousness in the world. And I mentioned the Catholic Church. They, up to, fairly recently, they're very serious about saying it's not good to have divorce. They're squarely situated against divorce to some degree even still. And this is because they have some appreciation of Mary, Mother of God. So they have some contact with the higher divine principles of the divine, mystic, feminine potency, and how that has to be considered and recognized and understood and brought into the whole formula. And that way the equation will balance out nicely in terms of how people can relate to one another in this world. Without that, we see there's unremitting quarrel and contest and bickering, and that it can only increase more and more because people are thinking that they can compete in ways that aren't even necessary for them to do. They should learn how to cooperate. So the different qualities and characteristics and personal traits and values that we can incorporate into our way of thinking and feeling and willing in this world, they have to be in line with these higher divine spiritual principles. And to the degree they are, then we increase the likelihood that our happiness will be reliable, will be more solid, more steady. So, and we're seeing that's less and less likely in today's world. And one of the main reasons that Prabhupada gave us over and over again, he said impersonalism, the impersonal aspect of life is predominating more and more. And one of the outcomes of that is recently I've stumbled across something I consider a big discovery for me anyway. I've always liked the term oxymoron. It means a contradiction in terms. But previously, my favorite oxymoron was military intelligence. Very military. What's intelligent about killing and being killed on a large scale all around the world? Not very intelligent. So military intelligence is a kind of a conflict right there, built-in conflict right in the term itself. So recently though, I've kind of stumbled across another oxymoron that I kind of like, and that is entertainment industry. Entertainment industry. This is a very sad commentary on our current social condition and situation. The minute I'm tricked and fooled and cheated into thinking that I have to pay for entertainment, of course I'm saying this right on the heels of everyone being asked to buy a ticket for a presentation we're having here. But at the same time, my sense is that can be there. That can be there. I'm not totally condemning that. But I'm saying leading up to a chance to appreciate something like that, we've been beat down. We've been indoctrinated. The propaganda has been thick and heavy, and the training has been deep and wide. For everyone to consider that you don't measure up. You don't qualify. I'm inadequate. I'm inadequate. I don't have what it takes to entertain anybody. I have to pay some better, more highly situated expert entertainer to become satisfied and happy with the entertainment experience. But that's a complete lie. That's a bogus, foolish, ridiculous idea. Because everybody, every one of us, we have a much higher, finer, amazing, unique capacity for both entertaining and being entertained by one another. Everybody here, we have much more care, concern, compassion, and outright love for one another than we give ourselves credit for. And to the degree it can be taken away from us, it's more likely that we're going to have to go to the mall and buy something to feel better about our life. So that's the way it's working. That's how it's slanted. That's how it's set up. That's how the field is not level. It's not a level playing field. We're tragic heroes. The deck is stacked against us because each and every one of us were a target market. You, me, everybody, we're a target market. We're a potential source for revenue for the government, for the corporations, for everybody. So only to the degree we claim our own identity as personalities in this world, connected to the Supreme Personality, that's the highest dynamic. That's the highest level of realization that can get us to a point where we're less vulnerable to the pressures and the leverage and the desires of other people that want to gain advantage over us so that they can enjoy it. But to the degree I find myself in a position in this world where I'm thinking my enjoyment requires the suffering of any other living being to the same degree, then I eventually will also have to suffer. The bigger they are, the harder they'll fall. Those who are first will be last, and those who are last will be first. So it's very important for us to understand that the true nature of human life is on the most personal level of all. And why should that be a surprise if we're understanding over and over again, Srila Prabhupada, not only in this book, Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, here, all these books, again and again, Prabhupada is saying the personal aspect to the Supreme Being is that which must be considered as most important, most valuable. It's a unifying force that has real merit and real value in our world. But to the degree that's lost, then we become vulnerable. We're more easily victimized by higher level power brokers who have something to gain at our expense. But guess what? They're the ones ultimately that will have to suffer the most, because they're buying into a whole illusion that their position of power makes them superior and gives them the right. They think their might gives them the right to cause suffering and pain for others in order for them to succeed, to be successful, and have a better opportunity to enjoy in this world. So ultimately, we're all in together. Me, personally, I am diminished. I am diminished by the pain and suffering of any other living being. And now we're seeing there's a Cree prophecy. I think it was Chief Seattle of the Cree tribe. He said, once you have poisoned all the water and killed all the fish and hunted all the animals and killed all the bees, only then will you see that you cannot eat your money. So this is our condition in this world. People are living in illusion. And this illusion is a direct result of our not understanding that personality reigns in all aspects of our existence and life. The bees have a personality that has to be respected and honored and valued. And to the degree we overlook that and think they don't matter, I can kill them with my different pesticides and things because that makes it possible for me to bring in more money from my product that I'm growing out in this, that, or the other field, then ultimately I'll have to suffer more and more anyway at some point. I may be able to hold off the suffering by shunting it over onto others in one way or another. But ultimately I'll have to suffer. Has anybody lived downwind from an oil refinery? Anyone here ever have to live downwind from an oil refinery? Have you You know what I'm talking about? Can you imagine? It's easy to buy property downwind from an oil refinery. No problem. It's very low cost. You don't have to pay much per acre if you want to buy wind. Wind. The land that's downwind from an oil refinery is dirt cheap, because when you live there, you're pretty likely to get things like cancer and your heart defibrillated, whatever. All kinds of problems are there. But this is what's going on in today's world, and people don't give it a second thought. All these things we adjust to, what are they called? Amazing, the world we live in now. The world we live in is one gigantic oxymoron. So much internal conflict built into so many things. Have you ever heard the term necessary evil? Isn't that something we hear? Oh, it's a necessary evil. Oh, that, yeah. Automobiles, they're a necessary evil. They're number one on my list, I think. Because I quit driving in 2005. I gave up my license privilege of driving. And actually, personally, my opinion is I'm a happier person. You make a decision like that, and then gradually your life can reform into a way where you don't have to allow yourself to be bothered by different things anymore. You can just make a decision. Oh, I'm not going to have anything to do with that anymore. Actually, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta, Om Paramaguru, the guru of Srila Prabhupada, he was the first sadhu, the first holy man that agreed to even ride in an automobile. Back, I think it must have been in the 30s or maybe even before that. So automobiles are a momentary thing, and it's an amazing trade-off. It's an amazing trade-off, and it's a abrupt technological change that initially seemed to be bringing great benefit. Great benefit. It's explained that in Chicago, New York, San Francisco, Cleveland, Ohio, whatever, big metropolitan areas in America, right before the automobile appeared, there was basically horse manure, built high thickness, depth, everywhere. All the big major cities of America, there were big piles of that. And it was to the point where it became, a problem. And so suddenly the automobiles did away with that. But then gradually, before the catalytic converter became a part of the automobile setup, then the fumes in cities became so poisonous that in LA, for instance, back in the 50s, your eyes would sting. If you were walking around in the city, not only LA, other cities as well, your eyes would sting. And even still, we see that. If you go to Mumbai or any big city in India, the same problem. Because people, they're accepting these things. But what's the alternative? What's the alternative? And all this is due to impersonalism. Personalism versus impersonalism. So the personal approach to God consciousness involves an appreciation of the personality also of the cow. What's the position of the cow? How is she to be respected and admired and practically speaking even worshipped? How is the cow our mother? And to what degree can we understand the cow has value? How can we say that a cow-centered culture can solve all the problems in this world? That is actually what we're saying. And there's a big difference. I'm predicting the day will come, and I hope it's sooner rather than later, when people will be heard to say they were burning coal and oil for energy and transportation. What were they thinking? It's crazy, and it's very recent. It's a momentary aberration against the full span of time and history on this planet for people to be burning coal and oil. It's completely insane. It's a crime against nature. It's bizarre to an incredible degree. But who even thinks about it like that? Everyone simply accepts it. It's the way we are. It's what's going on. It's what's happening in the world. But it's so destructive. It's so terrible. And then people say, well, yeah, we can get more oil. Peak oil. Don't worry about peak oil. We're going to wash the tar sands. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to frack the earth. We're going to bring out gas and oil and all these things. And the point is, that's solving the problem. No, it isn't, because we already agreed that the air is becoming poisonous. If I have to breathe the air in a major city, I'm more likely to get, respiratory disease or cancer, or one kind of a sickness or another. We're poisoning our world. So what's the answer? And how can I say the cow is the solution? It's a fact. If I'm shaping a patty of cow dung, I'm getting vitamin B12. I'm absorbing vitamin B12 right into my system by coming in contact with cow manure. Isn't that amazing? I just found that out recently. They've done laboratory investigation and studies. People that are directly in contact with the cow in that way, they don't have to worry about B12. And if I have a deficiency in B12 in my body, mental problems, so many difficulties can start. All kinds of ill health and anguish and pain and suffering is there for those who aren't getting enough B12. So the point is that the cow is there. And sometimes you will hear people say, well, why don't they just kill all those cows in India, then they won't have to starve anymore. I was just in India for 5 years. No one's starving in India. If anybody in America or anywhere else in the world thinks they're starving in India, my take on that is somebody went to India and took pictures of people in the cities where they're being forced to try to follow the Western lifestyle and becoming beggars and miserable. You take a few photographs like that and you come running back to Germany or someplace in Europe or America and you say, give me money, I'm going to help those poor suffering people in India. But anywhere I went in India, I saw there are churches, mandir, and the sadhus, and not only sadhus, anyone who's hungry is being fed in India. Anywhere I went in India. If I got on a bus, someone's immediately saying, "Pani, pani, pani." They saw I didn't have a water bottle. They want to know if I'm thirsty. Do I need water? They share. You're from India. You know what I'm talking about. So it's absurd and crazy and bizarre for people to go running around and say, "Oh, they're starving in India. Why don't they kill their cows?" But now in India, they are killing cows. I have a friend I met him in Bangalore. I haven't seen him in 10 years. He said, I'll give you the whole history of India in a nutshell. For 600 years, the Mughal invaders tried to conquer India. They couldn't do it. No one could conquer India. And then the British, they took almost 200 years, 1757, 1947. Nearly 200 years, the British were trying to take charge of India. They wanted to colonize it. They wanted to plant cotton everywhere. Put in factories to make cloth and textile and so many things. Send it all around the world and give all the profits to the Queen. Gandhi said, burn the mill cloth. The British had to go back to England. No one could conquer India. My friend was describing like this to me. And then he said, but now. He said, but now. In only the last 20 years, India has been conquered. I said, what? What are you talking about? He said, the most treacherous, evil villain and enemy has been brought right into everyone's house in India. And it's called TV. TV has destroyed India in only 20 years, compared to what it was before, at least. Now people are accepting all kinds of bizarre, ridiculous ideas. A very nice family took my wife to a movie, a nice Bollywood movie. And my wife came back, she was very shocked. She said that movie was showing everyone in India that it's a good idea to drink alcohol indiscriminately. And that it's very a popular notion that you should engage in extramarital affairs. And because it's demonstrated that's kind of a sophisticated, withered, new idea that people in India should, start to become familiar with and influenced by. And in this way, we're seeing that India it's kind of a balance point now between whether or not India is able to actually live up to the full potential. I always say I have one complaint. I always say, I just got back from 5 years in India. I have only one complaint against Indians. They're too humble. They don't really appreciate it for themselves how great their culture is. But Prabhupada used it to literally save the world. Literally save the world. Without higher divine wisdom from India, coming from the Vedas, people are destined and doomed, really, to be no better than animals. And then the violence, the war, the suffering has to increase more and more. But with this higher divine wisdom and knowledge from the Vedas, then it's possible to behave more and more like human beings. To be more gentle, be more kind, more tolerant, more forgiving. Demonstrate good Brahminical qualities. And so to the degree that's there, that can be recaptured, revitalized, reestablished in the world. Then there's a chance for people to gain real happiness by becoming human instead of behaving like animals. And again, this has to do with the personal aspect of life. How to be directed by personal understandings. What's the nature of life according to how people have to behave as human beings rather than as animals. And we're human beings, we're not human doings. So how do I need to be in the world? I need to be honest, I need to be forthright, I need to be upfront about everything. But we see that's not very highly praised in today's world. If I go to some major school to get an MBA, then they'll package it in so many nice ways, but ultimately I'm given to understand that if I want to become successful in the world, I have to learn how to manipulate, exploit, control, and really enslave other people for my own advantage. That's really the training in all the business schools and communities. It's understood. It's just another necessary evil. We're expected to do like that. That's what's going on. So we're saying it's not necessary. It's an example of how the Christians are able to say we've all been expelled from the garden. We've all been kicked out of the garden. Why? Because of what? The original sin. What's the original sin? The original sin is that I wanted to have power. I want power. So I trade away love of God. I'm trading away love of God for personal power. I want to be in charge. I want to be the controller. I want to be the proprietor. I want to own everything. I want to take charge. I want to be the one. The one, literally. That's our nature. I'm envious of God. I'm thinking, why is God the supreme enjoyer? Why can't I enjoy? Why do I have to serve God? I want to be God. And that's the reason we're all here. God says, oh, that's your mentality? Okay, you go down into that earth planet. That's another place. That's the material world. And you can all compete with each other for your chance to try to be superior and to try to be the controller. So that's why we have to struggle here. And the only people that are able to get past that are the ones who become spiritually aware and understand why. Why get caught up in that? Why get caught up in that at all? Why not be directed by love instead of anger and greed? Kama, lopta, krodha. So people are pushed and driven by all kinds of desires. But the set of desires that we cultivate during this lifetime is already determining my next body, the nature of my next birth. Is already being determined by the set of desires that I'm focusing on during the course of this life. So it's recommended that we understand something about the personal aspect of the Supreme Being. And to the degree we're able to do that, then we can set aside these limiting understandings about our identity. And we know then we'll have a chance to know what is our real dharma. What's our real dharma? What does the word dharma even mean? What is our dharma? Everyone now has heard about karma. Karma means whatever you do comes back on you. Whatever goes around comes around. Every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. I can expect, you got to pay the piper. There's so many different ways that people are recognizing that karma is an important understanding. It's there whether we like it or not. But another consideration that now people are taking a look at is what's our dharma? What is our dharma? So that the best way to understand dharma is to examine, well, how can it apply to so many different things? What's the dharma of water? The dharma of water is wet. The dharma of fire, heat and light. So what's the unique, special, essential, identifying quality and characteristic of us? What is it that helps us understand who we are? The dharma, that's our dharma. And the highest understanding of dharma has to do with how can we serve? How can I contribute to society? How can I offer value in this world? As a mother, I'm taking care of family and children. As a worker in a company, I'm serving my employee. As a soldier in the field, I'm serving my nation. So ultimately, that's what dharma is all about. So the real dharma is called sanatan dharma. So that means that's our eternal identity. And that's known to be the occupation of the soul. The eternal occupation of the soul, that's our real dharma. And to the degree we become aware of that, even while we're caught up here in this material world, we increase the likelihood that when we have to leave here, we'll make a natural, smooth, standard transition from this world of birth and death to our real abode, our real understanding, our natural standard constitutional position is to actually be with Krishna. That's who we really are. We're part and parcel. Again and again, Prabhupada says that. So the best way for us to understand something about our real identity, our real dharma, is to learn more and more about Krishna. And I always like to give an example. Now that I'm an old codger, I'm an old geezer now, There's songs that I know that maybe no one in here ever heard a song. My wife looked it up on YouTube. It's by the Teddy Bears. I think she told me the Teddy Bears. And they sing like this. They sing, to know him is to love him. And I do. Anyone ever heard that? So it's true though, when you apply that to Krishna, that's really the whole point of our life, is to get to know God more and more. And as we're able to do that, we have a chance to actually operate and function and live according to that higher principle of love. Because the love we have for Krishna, the love that we have for God can never be taken away. And the more it becomes a real, regular, actual part of our experience, the more it applies to everything that we do in our life. And we can extend love more easily to every living being if we're able to understand how it's part of us. God is in your heart. You're there with God. God's directing your steps. You don't have to worry. You have the secret to happiness. All the scriptures in the world, they have the same ultimate conclusion, and I always like to say you can put it on a bumper sticker. The ultimate conclusion of all the scriptures, not only our Bhagavad Gita, but the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, the Torah, they all have the same ultimate conclusion, and as I say, you can put it on a bumper sticker. What does that bumper sticker say? Let go, let God. Absolutely, you nailed it. Let go, let God. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, text number 66, Sarvadharmam Prityaja Mamekam Saranam Bhaja Aham Tvam Sarvapapedyo Mokshayasami Manasutaha. Krishna is saying that to Arjuna. Srila Prabhupada quotes that one twice as often as the next most often quoted verse in all his books, lectures, and so on. Letters he writes. That's the most important verse in the Bible. Arguably, that might be the most important verse in the entire Bhagavad Gita, if not all the Vedas. And it's echoed. It's reaffirmed throughout all Scripture that the best thing for us to do is to have so much love for God that we have no trouble allowing Him to completely take charge of our life. And to the degree we're able to act and operate and live according to that understanding, all fear, all trouble, all confusion and conflict is taken away. Sarvadharman, Krishna actually says, throw away all religion, give up speculation and philosophy, don't even worry about it anymore, and just surrender. Krishna says, surrender unto me, just let go, let me take charge of everything. Krishna says that to Arjuna, and I'll protect you from all sinful reaction. You don't have to worry about anything. So that's our position in this world. That's why we're chanting Hare Krishna on our beads. Everything we do is directed toward helping us give everything to Krishna. Give our mind, our heart, our soul, our effort, everything. The more we can simply hand it over to Krishna, whatever we claim in this world, the more we can allow Krishna to take charge of it, the better off we'll be, the less we'll have to worry. I got nothing to lose. The more I'm attached to thinking, I am owed this, or I am owed that, or I'm in charge of this, the more I have to be worried, the more I have to be in fear, the more I'm in a difficult situation. So I'm putting myself in a difficult situation more and more, and I'm thinking I'm in charge, I'm in control, I'm the owner, I'm the proprietor. So that's the most important understanding all about, personalism versus impersonalism is to know like that. So, any questions or comments? Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Teachers of Lord Chaitanya Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Because it's almost time for?
There's got to be a question, some question.
Prashana. Otherwise I would say, I have a question. What's, okay.
You were saying something about vegan diet, but I didn't catch exactly how.
Well, I was just saying that I recently saw an article that was pointing out that the vegan diet is a good idea because it's promoting nonviolence. We're saying that it's better not to be violent, and in so many ways that seems to be in line with that. But then the same article I read pointed out that there's a real problem to make sure that if I follow that particular diet, I'll be able to get as much vitamin B12 as I need, because I may have to take supplements. And then how do they get those supplements? You know, there's all kinds of ramifications that are there. So I was pointing out that this article that I read was really nice, because it said that if we even breathe the air from where cows are living, we're going to get vitamin B12. Just by being around cows, you automatically, they pump vitamin B into the environment, just by the way they live. So I mean, there's all these things. Prabhupada even said, he said, that's one of the ways we can take a look at the Vedas, and we can have some real faith in the value of the Vedas and the truth of the Vedas. He says all throughout the Vedas is explained that it's a good idea to avoid the excrement of all different kinds of animals, because there may be contagion, disease, danger of disease, so many things. So, but the cow manure is an amazing exception. It's the exception that seems to prove the rule. Because cow manure, cow dung, gobar is called in India, is completely antiseptic. If indeed it's not, if you have cows that are in a feedlot situation, then that's a whole other situation. Obviously that won't hold true. Those cows are probably a real danger to everyone, also from the viewpoint of mad cow disease. In fact, there's a guy called the Mad Cowboy. Have you ever heard of the Mad Cowboy, Howard Lyman? I met him in Chicago back in the late 80s, early 90s. And he told me like this. He said, actually when he first came, I was in charge of our Govinda's restaurant in Chicago for 6 years, 89 to 95. And he showed up one day and he said, before you open your restaurant, because it was just in the evening we had the restaurant open, so he knew that. He said, before you open your restaurant, he said, can I use it to talk to a group of people? And so while I was setting things up for the restaurant, I was listening to him. And one of the things he said was, he said, Alzheimer's disease statistics in America are skewed and inaccurate because a great many of them are really mad cow disease, because the symptoms are exactly the same. And only way to find out is something that's going to be hard to do, because how many people are going to want a very heavy kind of an autopsy of someone who's died of apparently natural causes. So, but that's what you have to do to find out whether it's Alzheimer's or mad cow. You have to cut the head in half, and then you'll see the brain tissue, and you'll see that Alzheimer's, there's plaque buildup, and in mad cow there's spongiform. It's called bovine spongiform encephalopathy. So that means it looks like a sponge. So it's the opposite things producing the same symptoms in terms of result. So the cow can be very dangerous if it's misused. Then we can be shooting ourselves in the foot. But if the cow is taken care of properly, then it's a great blessing, a benediction for everyone on so many levels. And Prabhupada said, even cow dung. You can insulate the walls of your hut with cow dung. Keep it warm in the cold weather, keep it cooler in the hot weather, and it keeps contagion away, it purifies the atmosphere, and then I didn't know till just the other day, it gives vitamin B12 by coming in contact. So many things, it's unbelievable. And Prabhupada uses this as an example of how we can have trust and faith, and really not worry about, any kind of apparent contradictions. If we're able to have full faith and really believe in the Vedas, Gita, Bhagavatam, and so on, we're very fortunate. We're fortunate. In some way or another, we're able to place our faith in that way. Because how you place your faith determines on what you're going to find yourself doing in this world. That's why the Christians say, what's more important, faith or works? Faith. Because where I place my faith will determine what I'm going to do. So it's like that. That's the hierarchy. That's the, system, how it all fits together, how it makes sense. Nice question. Otherwise, I always ask the same question. I always ask everyone, what's the purpose of life? What's the purpose of life? To be happy. To be happy. What's the best way to be happy? Fall in love. Exactly, fall in love. What's the best person? Who's the best personality to fall in love with? Krishna! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Andreas, Abhimanyu. See, someone says to me, Sarvo. Oh, my heart is like just softened, and it's such a sweet sound. It's the sweetest sound that I can hear my own name. So when we call out Hare Krishna, there's nothing more pleasing to God than to hear his most intimate, confidential, sweetest name, Krishna. So we're very fortunate. You're all very fortunate to be here, and I thank you very much. And I turn it over to you.
So we're going to have prasadam, a vegetarian food that was offered to Srila Prabhupada, that was offered to Krishna in about 10 minutes. So hang in there. And it's not ready yet. They're setting up right now. There's just a couple announcements. We want to announce the bookstores, and I forgot to mention that before. So we have a new bhakta in the temple. I've been speaking to him from Chicago. And he's a new bhakta. His name is Bhakta Matt. He's going to be here for 1 week. And he's already shaved his head and wears devotional clothing. And in 1 week, he's already sold 150 books. I've been speaking to from Chicago and asked him if he could come. He was asking if he can come here, and I said, we'd love to have you. We have another devotee coming from Mexico City, American citizen, a Brahmin, who would be a full-time Vijali. He's also coming. And we have another devotee that just came to Mahi from San Francisco. So the bookstores, I mentioned that Bhakta Matt did 150 books. I didn't say exactly what it was, but I think it is pretty much small books and a couple big books. Then Krishna Mataji, she did 56 books, 39 Perfection of Yoga, 10 Higher Taste, and 7 She is Upanishads. And Krishna Kumar, he did 18 Maha books. That means very big, very big. 3 medium books and 3 small books. And then we're going to talk about a couple of events that we have coming up. But Sava was talking a lot about cows at the end. And Prabhupada said one time, if every man had a cow and an acre of land, he wouldn't have to go anywhere. Because if you had an acre of land, you can grow all your food. And if you had a cow, you can get milk, cheese, butter, ghee, curd, whipped cream, ice cream, yogurt. Right? So, if every man had a cow and 1 acre of land, nobody had to go anywhere. So, we want to talk about a couple of events we're having right now. We're having a spring Indian cultural benefit concert. And again, it doesn't mean it's just for Indians, okay? Most of the performers happen to be Indian. Doesn't mean that if you're not Indian, you can't come. Now, we sold many tickets already to American devotees and to Indian devotees. And so, this is going to be May 17th, Saturday. It starts at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, we have Krishna Priya. She'll be performing with Bala. She sings beautiful bhajans, plays harmonium, and Bala will accompany her on tablas and mridanga. That's 4 to 5. And from 5 to 6, we have ISKCON, He's a master sitar player, and he'll be accompanied by a tabla player. He just played at the Saratoga Art Center, and they paid $100 to $150 a ticket. He's a very famous sitar master player. Right now he's performing in India. I've had him play Bhagiraja before. So he's from 5 to 6. And then from 6 to 6:30, we have Shruti Malan. She's a wonderful Indian classical dancer from 6 to 6:30. And 6:30 to 7, we have Darshan Artik. 7:30, we have Prasadam. So the idea is for these 3 different performances, Prasadam, Artik, and Prasadam, we're trying to sell 100 tickets at $50 a piece. That'll give us $5,000. And the idea is we want to paint the building outside. We want to give the temple a facelift. Because right now it's kind of gray, white, kind of dingy looking. We want to make it something bright and beautiful. So you might think $50 is a lot for a ticket, but it's not. For 3 different performers, beautiful arti with our beautiful deities, and a free vegetarian feast, $50 is not a lot of money. I mentioned before, I'm guilty of it, and probably everybody here, or some of us are here, are going to Disneyland, and $50 or $75 to go see Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, right? Or Goofy, right? So what's $50 to, support this beautiful temple and to paint it outside? And when you buy a ticket, and we paint the building outside in late May, early June, and you come to the temple and you see how beautiful it's painted, you can say to yourself, I was instrumental in making that happen. And it'll be a very nice feeling. Because this is everyone's temple that comes here. And so it'd be really great because the Hare Krishna devotees feed more people in the world on a daily basis than any organization in the world. So one of the greatest things you can do in life is to feed people, but especially when it's offered to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna with love and devotion, then it becomes blessed, and whoever eats that prasadam will be guaranteed a higher birth in the next life. So I have tickets. They're $50 for a ticket. It's going to be May the 17th. I'm hoping more of you would buy tickets, or if you'd like to sponsor it, that would be wonderful. And just a couple other things, and then we'll take prasadam. And of course, our big festival, right after Janmashtami festival, is our Rath Yatra Festival of the Chariots. And that's on August the 24th. And that's the biggest festival there is. Second is Janmashtami in the temple. Janmashtami is August. Krishna's birthday, Janmashtami, is August the 17th. On the Sunday. The Sunday after is the Rath Yatra, Jagannath Festival of the Chariots Festival, August the 24th. And that's the biggest event of the whole year, and it's the most expensive event of the whole year too. But it's worth it. It takes $50,000 to put on this festival, and if you want to know where the money is going to, you come in my office and I'll show you where every nickel and dime's going to, and you'll be pretty amazed how much money it takes, how many different departments you have to pay: Golden Gate Park, the park department, the park rangers, the fire department, truck rentals, so many different things it takes. So we're going to pass these flyers around and put this on your refrigerator. You know, you stick everything on your refrigerator, I know I do. And if you have a summer vacation, try to plan it around the festival. Don't miss this festival. It's the best festival in North America because there's many parades and there's many festivals in North America, right? You have the Christopher Columbus Parade, you have the St. Patrick's Day Parade, you have the Chinese New Year's Day Parade, you have all these parades and festivals, right? But none of them give free admission, free entertainment, and a free vegetarian feast for thousands of people. Nobody does that. How do we do that? Because you give donations. So we offer a free feast to thousands of people. And that's how we got the mayor of San Francisco to come to our festival in 1999, Ruling Ground. I had told him, I said, how come you go to all these other festivals and parades? They're not giving a free feast. They're not giving free entertainment, free admission. Are you prejudiced towards us? Oh yeah, I said that to him. Oh yeah, I did. In a nice way. The result is he came, and he loved it. And he was amazed that he said to me, everybody was lined up to take prasadam. He said, you mean you feed all these people? I said, we feed everyone and everyone. And he was amazed. So you could, be instrumental in making that happen. And like I said before, they have a Macy's Day Parade, right? They probably spend $1 million on it so everybody can see a big turkey, which they glorify, but they slaughter, right? You know what I mean? Right? And they have Santa Claus, which, it's okay for kids, but it doesn't benefit anybody seeing a turkey on Thanksgiving Day Parade, which they're going to eat. Manger turkeys get slaughtered. And it doesn't benefit you to see that, but it benefits you to see Lord Jagannath and Srila Prabhupada. So, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So that means what? That you're going to help? You're going to help? Right? And that means we need manpower, and what else do we need besides manpower? What? No, we need the money, but besides manpower, what else do we need? That's right, we need women power, okay? Don't forget the women, okay? I don't, okay? So, how many of you would like to help with this Rath Yatra with volunteer work or donation? Raise your hand. How come nobody else is raising their hand? Come on. Everybody said, yeah, you want to help it. Not everybody's raising their hand. Okay, one more time. How many people want to help, volunteer, or help with donations? Okay, good. So that means when I come over to you, I'm going to remember you. That means I'm going to come over and you're going to jot down a pledge. Now, there's a big board in the lobby, okay? And you'll see $3,000, $1,051, somebody gives, $20, somebody gives $1,000, $100. And if you don't have the money now, it's okay. Just make a pledge, make a promise that you'll give it in before August the 24th. And I'll give you a tax-deductible receipt so you declare it on your taxes next year. It's all legal, okay? I'll give you a tax-exempt number. I'll put it on the letterhead. We'll put your name on it. And it's a done deal, okay? So, you could come in that office right there. I'll be sitting there waiting. Come on in. I'll approach you, sign the book, and make a pledge for the Rath Yatra. And if you want to buy a ticket for the concert to help paint the temple, that would also be very nice. So, remember, this is your temple, okay? Srila Prabhupada built a house the whole world could live in, so we're all one family. And that's the beautiful thing about Krishna consciousness. We have temples all over the world. And anywhere we go, we feel like we're part of Prabhupada's family. No matter where I go, I feel like I have a family. If I go to India, if I go to Italy, if I go to Europe, no matter where I go, China, I helped Hong Kong put on their first Rath Yatra about 25 years ago. And so, it's just the most important thing that we can do for the whole year is to put on the Rath Yatra. So, please help, and please remember to treat everyone you know and everyone you meet with dignity and respect, because remember, everybody's somebody, everybody's spirit soul. Hare Krishna.
Well, we're going to take the sun in the next room.
Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Svapa Punyavatam Rajan Vishwasone Vijayate Sarirati Jaja Jodhya Talika Jivatri Visai Sagare Paramati Jivayati Lobo Sudurmati Takajita Gatina Samsare Krishna Bhagadoyamai Kori Bhare Jivajai Swaprasana Tilobai Sayanamrita Bhav Radha Krishna Gunaga Pranita Koshi Chaitanya Jai 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasati Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Mahaprasadam Ki Jai.
Mama sa cellphone लेके आओ संजीव पार्टी के लिए
getting a new one.
They're rebuilding an area.
Oh,
Yeah, so they're gonna have to turn everything.
That's what I would have.
Yeah, but we haven't tried it out. Okay, it's gonna come around.
That is so loaded. That's drink that or fix it up. That's messed up. Yep. Yeah, that way water.
Whitefish are really bad in battle. Whitefish are really bad in battle. Because they are afraid to be close to the net. What do you call bullfighter in Spain? Bullfighter in the middle of a quicksand. In the middle of a quicksand. What do you call it? Four bullfighters in the middle of a quicksand. What do you call it? Cuatro, cinco. Yeah, cuatro. Why the front part of the car is legal? Because he wants to be dog. Why the front part of the car is legal? Why the front part of the car is legal? Because he wants to be he left the car illegally because he wants to be told. It was a reason.
Excellent. I'm so glad you came just then. That was perfect. I've heard of it, certainly, yeah. Oh, nice.
Two minutes that car is very
Yeah. Very nice. Oh, thank you. So it's
Yeah, but what about Lama Red? I got a friend called Lama Red.
I've done it. I've done it too. I've done it too.
It's incredible. Like this sari, remember when we got the sari that was, it's just beautiful. This is the first time I'm wearing it, so I got to see it.
Oh.
In my mind, I wrote it down and but in my it's reality. It's,
Oh, your mom is one.
Oh, burn.
Was she trying to choose
this,
Come again.
Now you can go back and look. Now you can go back.
what she did, we bought the sari together.
It must have been nice because they went to this. I mean, something. She had to. Was she also know how to reach out there? Or not? Did she have to leave protocol? Like she did on her own. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen her. I haven't seen her. I'm sure. Yes, Burma. Burma, yeah. Did you say you went?
About the structure, the boundary of my house, I would tell you.
I don't know. Have you been north and south? Were you doing anything there particularly like
I got a facial license years and years ago, but I refused to touch any of the products because I was
when you go?
and I just had finally now for 6 years. It's cool. There's just like some things around, so everything's cool.
Oh, I also saw I had a teacher.
I did the same
My first time I went to see him because it was just it's like an international. It's like he teaches like they're all living technically. So they're having like a big international like
the money is going just this year today. So
I went to that today. Here in Mela too. So we all like went to the north to Mardi Gras.
when we met and we started wishing he's just around this around. He's perfect mix. Silent. Just right there.
No, I didn't do those. It wasn't impossible. I actually like it. It's not nearly as hard. It's a lot of situations. It's just like days, there, days. You know, it's not that sort of emotional. It's like you're silent day. Like to do a lot of things.
Goodness knows I
Yeah,
need
with
that.
that. And then like I say, everybody decides to travel a lot. Different places. Which is right.
Almost totally got fun. And so it's okay. He's taught
Place on it. It's got very like
in his specialty.
right.
Around the place where
You're not going to go to Burma on that trip?
oh goodness.
Yeah. Might as well, right? You might as well fly through, fly to Bangkok and then fly from there. Lots of data.
Lots of data. And it's a thing. It's Jade is a big sport.
In what is somatic? What's that? My hearing's kind of bad. Well, I'm trained in Ayurvedic medicine, so I've done a lot of that. I was working at, for years, I was working at a place called Elephant Pharmacy. Closed down. But we used to get offer free consultations. I did a lot of, like, I saw a lot of people there. And then so now I work just at like a herb vitamin store in North Berkeley. And it's not really like, I'm in the healing thing. I've been in it for so long. So no, I did work there a long time. It's called Berkeley Nutrition. So I work there, and I still use the Ayurveda there. It's just the job is just helping people. It's just amazing. So I'm so happy. And I try to do the Ayurveda. It's so healing to the next. He starts praying and he gets fired. Yeah, it's been reality. What it is.
If you get advanced too high, it's like speculation. Trying to get more by the art of active. So if I feel like that's it's a good place. Trying to more like, but if you get too high, stop your active. It's stuff is
In fact, I gotta go walk to the bar. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know. Just trying to do what's right inside. What year are you in? Exactly. What's that? Oh, you already started that? So, where's this one? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Great. They have all those. It's exactly right. I've been to that gym. I was seeing the county
every time he ever teaches, great. I'm so excited. Great place.
How do you like it?
I always thought this is the way that I just didn't let it out. The original sin.
Oh, you're heading down this.
Yeah, it's okay. Just chasing great. Power. Love the power of your love. That's
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Thank